When I was a boy, just about the 8th grade, Mama used to say, don't stay out the
We've been waiting for you.
Oh, God.
boys Giuseppe, we shoot the pool, got the flunk at school. That's my mama. To make me sick.
Be right back.
I can't get no kicks. I have to follow the stupid rules. Boy, to make me sick, just to make a lousy box. I got to feel like a fool. And the mama used to say all the time, what's the matter you? Hey, gotta know.
You're still at the library. What the hell are you doing there?
This.
It's not so bad.
All right. Here we go.
That-
Shut up in your face. That's my mama. Big accordion.
We ready? It's a mama. This is a big hit, you know.
It was a big hit, wasn't it?
It was.
I've never seen it performed.
You
You don't know what you're missing.
I remember. Well, what about our theme?
Yeah, I can do that too. Let's see what we got here.
Let's see what we got here.
Here's Jack. Here's Jack. Here's Jack. Here's Jack. Here's Jack.
The sound of the boing. It must be 5:38.
It is
Set your watch to us.
5:36, and Russ Meyer, he is one of the reasons we're running late, because his wife works at La Boulangerie du Monde. Are you familiar with Boulangerie du Monde?
I am. I mean, I used to buy a lot of those items for my ex-wife when we were. Oh wait, wrong. Lingerie. Wait, no, I got the wrong place. What are you talking about?
Yes, these are other adult things that people crave, which are croissant and fruit Danish and pepitos.
They got good stuff over there.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
fantastic.
In fact, we were craving. We went. We dispatched one of our people today to on a lingerie run.
Really?
We did. But however, everything we wanted was sold out.
Well, that's the thing.
Later in the day,
Margot stopped in there earlier today, and then she ordered some stuff. Because the fruit Danishes don't come.
She's
out
the one. That's why they didn't have anything.
They don't come out until like 9 or 10 o'clock.
Oh,
and so she put in an order, paid for them. I just had to go pick them up. I went back to pick them up, and it was a madhouse in there.
Okay, so it's not just her.
No, it's well, people are off this week. Their families and their kids running around. I'm like, this stuff's too good for your kids. Get them out of here.
Get them a 0 bar and tell them to shut up.
Yes.
Or better yet, sit him down in the morning with this brand new one.
I know.
Look at those mothers. Those are boulders, and they're loaded with vanilla cream filling. Because it hurts.
Along those lines, are you familiar with crumble cookies?
I am now, yes.
They're good. Some of their flavors are really good, but there's now a crumble chocolatey chip cereal from Crumble.
It's an actual
Kellogg's and Crumble got together on it and decided they'd destroy the world with this cereal.
Yes, exactly. Don't fear Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un. Fear
or the Supreme fucking Court.
Them too. Yes, we like kings. We like it.
Nothing is illegal. We can do whatever we want. I'm immune. But I would like to, on the positive aspect, Mr. Bob's Under the Bridge. I went and did the outreach this last Saturday, and there is a need, and there are people who need your help. So you can drop stuff off. However, tomorrow, Thursday night, is July 4th. So they will not be open for donations.
No.
But next week can start again. They need athletic shoes and shorts. Anything you can do like that to help, go on to MrBobsUnderTheBridge.org for a list of charitable items. If you want to volunteer, there are different opportunities to do that. They have like 2 months out, you could sign up for events either in Grafton or down in Milwaukee at the outreach. So
Absolutely.
they need you. So please help. And then
Yes.
I promised our mutual friend, Maggie Dobson,
Yes.
we would talk positively about the parade
Yes.
because it's
I'll
a
be
big
good.
deal.
I'll be
Are you going to it?
No, well, I'm going to help get the book bike out of the building. So
The book bike's in it again?
it is indeed, yes.
Who's doing it? Linda?
My good friend Sarah Kelly is going to be out there. You can, and then the Fiends will be out there, I believe, pitching candy, or maybe they'll be throwing copies of like Charles Dickens books or something. I don't know, out to the crowd.
That'll
So
cause some problems.
I would think.
Cause a concussion. Have that sucker over.
It's a copy of Bleak House for you, Junior.
Yes, Bleak House. Happy birthday, America. It's Bleak House.
This is why we don't want kings here in America.
I guess we do. You just didn't know it.
I guess we do.
But first of all, even before tomorrow at about this time, not quite this time, a little bit later, the first big bang of the holiday. Is it a weekend when it starts on a Thursday? Or people,
kind
is the library open on Friday?
It is open on Friday, yes.
And Saturday?
And Saturday.
Okay.
I'll be there. Saturday's my day. Come on down.
Saturday's your day? Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, tomorrow night is the Rotary Club, that I'm a part of. Annual, it's like 30 years of big bands, bugle corps. They're going to have the Madison Scouts. They're going to have all kinds of good bands there tomorrow night.
She'll be there. This girl right here.
Oh, maybe I will go. But it really is a great thing. And it's at the Cedarburg High School field. So go on up. Tickets are like $25 and $35. You can get them at the door. So, or at the gate, I guess it literally is the gate. And enjoy yourself there. And then the big time is Thursday.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah. I know these guys are excited.
We were, you're pulling all these. We were the Grand Marshals last year.
Well, you
Bulldog and well, you were invited. And AJ and I. This year, there are 3 new co-grand marshals to the parade.
Do tell.
And there will not be a recount. There will not be a fight over. There's not going to be a riot. There's going to be a peaceful transfer of grand marshaldom to
so you and I are not going to be rioting
or telling our peeps.
Right. Well, yes. Yeah, we're going to send these people in.
You've been on a roll lately.
I'm having fun. Leave me alone.
But the parade starts at 10 a.m. It's the route starts at Fireman's Park in Cedarburg and ends at Spring and Hilldale. Hilldale.
So we know who are the grand marshals this year? I must know. Do we know?
They are. I know. Jerry Radke is one. I know but they are all crossing walk guards.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, yeah. Jerry's great. He's been at that racket for a long time.
Yeah, he just retired, I believe, this year.
Oh, did he? All right.
Yeah. So, but he's going to be one, and there are 2 others. And
he's a regular library patron. We like Jerry.
And like I think I told you that Maggie asked me if I would drive the cart.
Right.
Golf cart.
Right.
That one they're in. And
terrible idea.
Russ Meyer said, "Is she insane? Does she know the danger and potential deaths?"
Those carts don't have a horn loud enough for you.
I don't use a horn.
That's true. You use other things like fingers and verbalizing.
I've just learned not to drive in Cedarburg from Thursday until Sunday evening. Speaking of Sunday evening, Margot and I went to the Union House on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, I saw you guys
5 o'clock
hanging out there.
Yeah, that patio they have is wonderful. Dog friendly.
Cool. Dog friendly. That's pretty progressive.
Yes.
The Supreme Court isn't going to like that.
Good. It was, but it was
I dissent.
It was lovely. It was great. But it was just great. I like that place a lot.
It is fun.
You know where a good place to watch the parade from, Bulldog?
Where the sharpshooters are.
Wheatlers.
Ah. That Whistler's would be fun. That would work out. Are they open at that time?
People are on the 4th. People are making that last turn. That's on Spring Street.
Yeah.
You know,
sure.
They're wearing down. The people in the parade are wearing down. You can throw stuff at them and stuff. It's great.
I have a backlog of books to catalog, so I'm going to be up on the second floor of the library watching from a window. I'm going to help get the book bike out the front door, and then I'm going straight to my desk.
In the book suppository.
In the book suppository, yes.
Yeah, but this year the parade, Maggie's done a hell of a job. Maggie is the executive director of the Cedarburg Chamber of Commerce. Absolutely. I think recently voted is the best one in history because Patty and I took an informal poll of Patty and I, and Maggie won. And
that worked out well.
They're going to have the Madison Scouts. They're going to have the Dancing Grannies.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yes.
Wait a minute. They're getting ready. Just had them on a moment ago. Here we are.
And they're going to have the UW marching, University of Wisconsin marching band. That's a big deal.
That's big.
They're going to be in the parade.
Yeah.
And then the Madison Scouts are going to give a free performance in the park after the parade, shortly after the parade.
Cool.
The day-long picnic in the park starts at noon. You can the Cedarburg Lions Club will be grilling meats. Don't tell Ben and. With bread. Absolutely. And you can pouring beverages.
They got a jump start on it already.
You can bring your own though. That's the thing.
Okay, all right.
8:00 on 4th of July, the Cedarburg Civic Band is going to be playing at the band shell.
Sure.
Oh, wonders with wieners. But see that is a cardinal sin. Anybody who ever grills knows you would never use a fork with a wiener.
All right.
Unless the juice is out. You know what I'm saying?
What's all I hear?
And then the fireworks are at dusk.
Yeah.
Are you a fireworks guy?
I used to because I had the sheer volume of children that I bore.
Sure.
Or bored.
Well, you bored more than your children. I'll tell you that.
I cast a wide net. But so I had to go every year, of course, because the kids wanted to see them, and I understand that. And I'm done. I'm fireworked out. I'm good. Took care of it. All is good. Unless, like that, but tearing
I'll go back to the parade. I'm sorry, I should have done this earlier. You do have to. There's so many people who give money to sponsor this thing. I mean, it wouldn't be possible without City of Cedarburg, Town of Cedarburg, Greater Cedarburg Foundation, Cedarburg Auto Repair Service, Cedarburg Light and Water, Hamilton House Senior Living, the Labuddy Group, Olson's Pig, the Wiggly Velo USA, Cedarburg Overhead Door, Velo USA again, Hometown Heating and Electric, Auto Safety Center, C. Wheatlers, Cedarburg Lions Club, one of your favorites, Hefner's,
Hey,
Newman Chevrolet, PJS,
you got
Investment,
north to Newman.
The Stillhouse Stone Mill Development, Summit Credit Union, Toast Cedarburg, and Zern Building Products and Designs. So, I mean, the list goes on, and it couldn't happen without these people.
No,
which is great.
Absolutely.
And then so you are not a fireworks guy. I'm always.
It's fine.
The private firework displays are always amazing to me because I just don't get it.
What's to get? Looking for subtext?
Well, no, it's just why do you, I don't know. People, the stats are astounding of people every year. Last year in the U.S., 8 people were killed in. I mean, 8. It's not,
be careful out there.
It's not a pandemic.
Only 8. I mean, what are we talking about here?
But for God's sakes, it's fireworks. You know?
You better know what you're doing. I mean, it's funny because you, as a private citizen, like you said, you can actually, veer off the freeway somewhere around Franksville, to Fireworks R Us, soon to be Spirit Halloween, and buy the kind of monster beasts that the professionals use. Basically, legality, of course, always being questioned, but but they'll take it out.
Legality and sanity, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's These are professionals firing these things off for a reason. Meanwhile, Uncle Billy Bob, and who has just polished off his last MD 2020, wants to go over there and light it up.
he's lit up himself.
Exactly.
And he's doing
that.
Yeah. So Lisa Curtis, our wonderful managing editor,
intrepid,
and intrepid news graphic managing editor, she got in there this week. Fireworks safety tips for a spectacular 4th of July.
Number one, don't do it.
By Melissa Kirsten, MSN, registered nurse.
Okay.
From barbecues to scenic fire, this was in today's news graphic.
Mm-hmm.
The 4th of July often means a fun-filled day for families across Wisconsin. However, patriotic fun can quickly take a devastating turn if we do not take proper safety precautions. Local clinicians want to remind individuals of the potential dangers of fireworks and what to do if an injury occurs. According to the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, firework-related injuries were the cause of 107 emergency room visits in our state in 2022. 107.
But this is Wisconsin. They all occurred in December.
In 2023, 8 people died, and an estimated 9,700 were treated in emergency rooms for injuries across the U.S.
I mean, if that stuff starts killing you, that's the thing. I mean, if you have very few probably are being killed by sparklers, or those little snakes. You put the little thing in there.
Yes.
Oh,
wait. Oh, sparklers! I got something for you on those. But just to put it into context, you are not a big NFL fan.
No,
baseball is
not a baseball guy. No baseball.
But there was a guy who could rush and sack the quarterback. Played for the New York Giants. Hurt the Packers quite a bit. Jason Pierre-Paul, his name was. He played out his contract, was going for a new free agent contract. 4th of July, he blew off like 2 or 3 fingers.
Jeez.
And didn't want to admit it to anybody. And they couldn't find him, and he tried to get it all fixed up. But he eventually did play again, but not for what he would have gotten and nowhere near the money. But here, firework-related injuries. The most frequently injured body parts are hands and fingers. Surprise, surprise. Burns are the most common. Cuts, bumps, and bruises are the most common injuries to the head. How do you get head injuries from fireworks?
Probably from scrambling away because you realize this thing is more powerful than you possibly could imagine. And you're like, I got to get the hell away. And then
I love this. In addition to blindness, 3rd-degree burns, permanent scarring, and even death, fireworks can also cause home and motor vehicle fires.
Yes.
Blindness. Common sense. Sparklers are thought of, here we go, as more safe, quotes, than traditional fireworks. However, sparklers can reach temperatures above, can you guess what the number is?
451.
1,000 degrees.
Good Lord.
And can burn users and bystanders.
Oh.
Each year, approximately 11,500 Americans get hurt or burned from fireworks, which can affect the entire family. No kidding. Almost half of those injured are children.
So I got to admit something here on this show. This will be fun. I've never well, yes. I mean, it's time to admit something. You remember those things? They were probably big in the 70s and 80s. I don't see them around as much anymore. They were called like whistling witches or something. And they were these little yellow things. And you light it up and they would just take off and whistle, screaming in the sky. Yeah. We had one that I was not supposed to light off with a friend of mine. I was probably 12, 11, something like that. And it just took off and landed on my next door neighbor's house in Trivers.
No way.
She was not known for her cheery disposition. And
I wonder why living next door to you.
Well, it was a problem, yes.
Delinquent.
We freaked out because when it landed, it was pretty it was flaming. It was
like watching to see if we had to call the fire department.
We didn't. We just ran. But 1 or 2 of their shingles definitely got singed, but it looks like it had gone up. But it wasn't something I ever talked about.
What was your neighbor's name?
I'm not bringing that up.
Tell me the name. You got to hear the name. Was it Myrtle? Patty what? Patty Hansen?
Sure.
Come on.
I'm not outing her. She may be dead. And she has family.
Well, so what? You got to hear the neighbor's name. Patty, ma'am? What is that? Stop
Not
it.
Going there.
Stop it.
It was, no way. Here, let me show you a new book that we got in today. Prowling Wives by Linda Martin. Oh. There we go. That's one that I got to catalog.
Get it out. That's a new book?
Yeah. It's the sequel to this.
You are hayseed. What?
And the hooker.
Oh God! Listen to you. You're like a giggling little kid.
I'm having fun. I'm having a good time. Must be all the Cocoa Puffs loaded I hate for
Oh.
lunch.
Yeah, we're gonna be talking to Ben on Friday. We got Ben loaded up for tonight, right?
We do. We have actually AJ first with his guest, and his guest was Jack.
Vinny Rotino
There
from
we go.
Brewers Live, a Paisan, another Paisan.
What's the matter, you?
yeah.
Hey.
And boy, was AJ locked and loaded.
He seemed like it.
He had everything. He was just ready. Question. Every question he said, Vinny would go, very insightful, AJ. Good question. AJ's going,
Wow. AJ basically was a Pulitzer Prize winning reporter by the time that one was over.
It was great. It was great
Awesome.
to see. He really was. He was on his A game, and he is. But I mean, just you could tell he was really amped up for Vinny.
That's great.
And Vinny loves AJ, as you can tell.
Yeah.
And then
Dr. Ben's afterwards.
And Dr. Ben.
Yeah.
And we were talking about a lot of interesting things. And Ben and I are going to be talking about. And you, if you're invited, if you'll show up for once, on Friday sometime, we'll be talking about fish.
I love fish.
You do not.
I do love fish.
As pets or to eat?
Yep. Both.
What kind
I would not eat. I wouldn't eat my pets, but yeah, you know.
What's your go-to fish dish to eat?
Fried. Just go, I mean, that's always
Fish
great,
fry?
of course. But fish fry, of course, is top of the line. But I like salmon. I like tilapia.
You
Those are
do?
both good. I do. Salmon, especially. Salmon's great. I mean, you know,
Do you prepare it at home?
Costco does most of the heavy lifting for me because they'll put a little blob of like butter with. All I got to do is throw it a pan on the oven and go. I can do that. I'm really good at turning on my oven, and I turn it off too when it's done.
I actually caught some salmon in Lake Michigan about a month ago. We froze it.
Really, you do that sort of thing? I didn't know that.
No, well, not by choice. But
it's a hostage situation.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay,
it was fun.
Good.
But so I'm grilling it this weekend. We're gonna do.
That's tasty.
More. Yeah.
Oh, what time should I be over? I like that. Nothing. I'll tell you what. If you invite
Saturday
me over,
at noon.
I don't believe you for a minute. You're standing there in an empty field. Yeah, send me the address, Jack.
You've been here. You've walked. You've gone around this block many times, going, "Where is it? Where is it?"
I keep smelling for fish. Yeah. No, I like fish a lot. It's I don't make it enough though. I should make it more, but my kids don't. So it's tough.
And that's the thing with Ben, as you will see in this segment coming. I don't know if you watch it or not.
I will.
But one of our entire conversation was about 2 articles that I had sent him. He's such a reader, and one of them was about saunas because he's installed saunas at the gym now and how helpful they are for circulation. And the other one was about, like it said, 7 or 6 everyday foods that are really good for you that get a bad rap or can get a bad rap.
Okay.
And as I said. Ben's like, okay. Of course, I sent him to him. He completely deletes anything I send him, so he hadn't read it.
Smart.
Smart man. So I said, okay, number 1, or probiotic, cheese. Because they said because the cheese, while it has detriments to it, it also has good stuff for you, calcium, blah blah blah. And also there's a good variety of it, so you don't get sick of it.
How did Ben feel about cheese?
Cheese. That's what happens when uninformed people are writing these articles. Oh my God! It's got. Oh sure, forget the high and saturated. It's got the most saturated fat. It's got. Oh my God! Oh yeah.
So he had a strong reaction, is what you're saying.
I said, Ben, this is just the first one. So let's try and keep it at the box.
Did you get through them all?
Well, the rest of them were met with, at least, if not accepted, he at least didn't explode. Like I said, this isn't meant to be a head exploding exercise.
You didn't think it would have been. No. But there you go.
But yeah, well, I was surprised to see cheese. And of course, so was Ben.
Well,
Dr. Ben.
Deeply misunderstood cheese.
Yes. So
absolutely.
And you don't like cheese.
I love cheese. Oh my God. When have I ever? When have I ever?
Well, you wouldn't.
Well, trashy cheese. I mean,
that's right. You wouldn't take a cheeseburger because you're so devout. in
Oh
your,
my God.
in your religion.
No, I like sort of that marbled, what is it, like Colby Jack. I'm a big fan of that.
Colby
I
Jack?
eat that a lot. Yeah, I like that
Do
one.
you?
Munster's good too. I ingest a lot of Munster.
You ingest
Herman Munster. Herman and Lily. It's delicious. Which is on Svengoolie in 2 weeks, by the way. Munster Go Home. It's a great movie. Just so you know. There you go.
All right, that brings up another thing before
Finally.
we go to this.
Yes.
One of your many insane posts that you post on your various social media things were the close encounters. Close encounters of the worst kind.
It's coming.
What is the deal?
I love that movie so much.
All right. First of all, let's talk about what we're talking about. They're going to release it in theaters for only like how
2
long?
days, 3 days, I think, actually. Yeah. That's Fathom Events. They do like a special event. They'll dust off some moldy oldies and throw them into the multiplexes.
Like you do with the Cine Club at the library.
By and large, yes. That's true.
So you like it?
Oh, adore. Way up there. Way up there.
Where is it in your top 10 of movies all time?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, probably. I like Raiders of the Lost Ark a little better, but it's probably my second favorite Spielberg movie. Yes, right behind Raiders.
Better than E.T.?
Yes, I do like it a little better than E.T. And I'm not saying quality of film. E.T. is probably a better movie, but I prefer.
What is it about Close Encounters that you like?
In
all seriousness,
yeah. I mean, no one had ever made an invasion. You're drinking wine. No one had ever made an alien invasion movie where the aliens are basically benevolent as opposed to malevolent, except for maybe Day the Earth Stood Still. But even that didn't work out so well. So, no, and it was one of those. Everything about it was just like this. He put in like this cultural kind of, certain people were chosen to get the message. And the very first, that first night when Richard Dreyfuss is driving around Muncie, Indiana, and like they're all having these experiences, these close encounters of the first kind, because actually everything's labeled. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of a Robert Altman movie in some ways, because you have these different, divergent stories and characters that all come together in the end. And I'm a fan of that kind of movie when you have multiple short stories, almost like this anthology type of thing, where at the end they all meet at Devil's Tower and have this incredible experience. And, there's really no bad guys in that movie. Granted, the U.S. government is kind of being a little pushy about things because they want to hoard this for themselves and keep it secret. But that doesn't quite work out because you have, it's amazing. Everything about that movie. I saw it at a very young age, and it definitely left an imprint, probably too much of an imprint.
Did your dad take you to it, Bulldog?
No, I had to see it later. Actually, I was probably 7 or 8 when I saw it, and I think I saw it not with my family. I don't know why. I don't remember the situation. Maybe at the drive-in, the Lakeview Drive-in between Manitowoc and Two Rivers on Memorial Drive. So it's great. No, I'm a fanatic for that movie. I love it. So there we go.
I remember certain things that it's not really. To me, the thing I took away from it is that it's more about if you believe something, almost people think you're nuts.
That's true. That is very true. Well, and once you start throwing the shrubbery into your living room to build a mock-up of Devil's Tower, but it's about obsession. I mean, like Hitchcock dealt with obsession in all of his movies.
That is a big word for me this week.
Well, great. All right.
I don't mean Calvin Klein.
Here we are. But yeah, it's amazing.
All right. Now you've already made this conversation veer off, which you often do, because you mentioned Robert Altman, who has nothing to do with this movie.
Not at all. No.
But I saw his name, and I didn't know he directed MASH.
He did direct the original MASH movie, yes.
Yeah. And the reason I saw it was I saw a thing on Elliot Gould. It was just his birthday this past week.
Yeah, and Sutherland just passed. The other Hawkeye Pierce in the movie. Yeah.
Yep. But 2 questions for you, because he said that they went and tried to get Altman fired.
Oh, I'm sure of it. No, because he was so the way he would make movies no one had ever seen before, and it was
just had them talking over each other and stuff. And so he did say, he said, I went after it went out and it was a big hit. It was the hit that it was. He went and said I was wrong. He told him, he had fessed up to Altman, said I tried to get you fired, but blah blah blah. So they got along. But my next question to you is:
made more movies together too. A lot more movies. I made The Long Goodbye, which is a great film with Elliot Gould, directed by Altman.
What happened to Elliot Gould?
He got kind of blacklisted and
Why?
blackballed, and I don't remember why. He was just kind of put in movie jail for a while and never
The only thing
really
I ever-
came back.
Except for he was in one of the Oceans,
Yeah.
maybe multiple of the Oceans things.
He's well respected. He may have been a little.
To me, he
difficult.
was so he was dryly funny.
It's great. No, I like Gould is great. I mean, that's why you should watch The Long Goodbye. He's awesome in that movie. It's probably for me, it's his best performance. We have the Blu-ray here at the Cedarburg Public Library, bringing it all home. It's a adaptation of a Philip Marlowe, a detective story, and the case is very serpentine and complicated, but it's Elliot Gould just kind of mutters his way through the movie. It's fantastic. That's in my top, might be in my top 5. You're just dealing with two of my top movies, The Long Goodbye and Close Encounters. You're knocking out my top 10 list here.
Where's Godzilla?
Not in the top not in the top 100.
Oh, really? We were
No.
talking about it.
Yeah, I love it, but no.
All right, name your top 5 right now without thinking about it.
You talk about something and I'll actually bring up a visual. No, I'm gonna bring up a visual.
All right.
No.
All right. So we got a lot going on in Cedarburg. There's a lot going on. If you have stuff going on in your neck of the woods, please let us know. That it's like people are ready to explode. I mean, people are already. I was at the store today. It's crazy town at the stores for getting
going down.
food.
Huh?
Yeah, getting the hot dogs, getting the marshmallows to grill out, all that kind of good stuff. Getting stuff to blow your hands off. All right. What's this?
This is a website called Letterboxd, which you can use. It's kind of the social network for movie dorks. And I have my top 100 movies on here.
I don't want 100. I didn't ask you for 100.
There's number 1 through 5, dude.
Okay.
Top 5 right there at the top. Brazil, The King of Comedy, The Long Goodbye, Fargo, and Crimes and Misdemeanors. If you want the next 5, it's The Third Man, Nashville, The Spanish Prisoner adaptation, and I Heart Huckabees. And there you go.
Wow. Joe
versus the Volcano. Completely underrated. Radio
That's
Days,
nice
Raiders
for
Lost Ark, Lost in America, and Stardust Memories. At this point, they don't get. So now it's kind of just like the top 100. Movie. They're not exactly.
But your top 5. Your number 1 is
top 5
are they in order?
Yes, they are. The top 5 are in order. Number 1 will always be Brazil.
Why?
Monty Python-esque adaptation of George Orwell's 1984, and it formulated. It was the movie I saw at age 15, and number 1 said, "Okay, cinema is the most important thing in my life," and number 2, the worldview of that movie very much snapped into. It was sort of a wake-up call where one of those great books you read. You're like, "Oh, that's how the world works." So that's what I saw in Brazil.
All right, number 2,
The King of Comedy, Martin Scorsese, The King of Comedy.
I know why.
Why? It's sort of the same as Brazil. The worldview of that movie kind of makes sense to me. Better. It has a great line that I think everyone should put on their car. Better to be king for a night than schmuck for a lifetime.
My close second is better to be a lion for one day
Sure.
than a zebra for like 100 or whatever.
There you go. Absolutely.
And The Long Goodbye is your
Long
third?
Goodbye, number 3. Yeah.
Why?
That movie does things that were so revolutionary that no one had ever tried before, or I would say even
what's the time
since.
frame?
The movie's set when it was made, so like 1974, I want to say.
Okay.
But what's interesting is the original, they didn't really weren't going to title that, but a lot of critics called it Rip Van Marlow because at the beginning, the detective Philip Marlowe wakes up in his bed and it seems like he'd been sleeping since 1940 and he woke up in the 70s. And the whole movie, he seems to be that way. Like he doesn't quite understand the world he's in, and so it's really interesting. Yeah, I love it. And number 4, obviously, is Fargo because I mean, come on.
That one I understand.
Yeah. And number 5 is Crimes and Misdemeanors, Woody Allen's 1989 Crimes and Misdemeanors, which is there's a lot of reasons why that should be the top 5 for me.
Why?
It's the movie that helped me wrestle with Judaism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah,
and
I'm not sure. And Judaism may have won or lost. I'm not sure who won the wrestling match. It's still going on. Yeah. So there you go.
Okay.
Everything you need to know about me. If you watch those 5 movies, there you go.
Well,
that's me.
I might have seen. I don't think so though.
Yeah.
I think I've only seen Fargo of your top 5.
There you go.
Can you scroll down? I want to see more.
I can. Hang on. Let me see here. There's
I'm
a
trying
way
to
of doing
scroll
that.
and I can't.
Here you go. So we're gonna go down, and it should have worked. Did that work? It did work. So, yeah, we got Joe versus Volcano, Raiders, Lost in America from Albert Brooks, which is a masterpiece. Stardust Memories, another Woody Allen movie that I love. We got the Coen Brothers, Barton Fink,
Oh,
Phantom of the Paradise from Brian De Palma, Punch Drunk Love from Paul Thomas Anderson, Whisper of the Heart animated film from a guy named actually was a one-time director who passed away right after it came up. It's from Studio Ghibli, the famous Japanese studio. And of course, Citizen Kane, Rushmore, Annie Hall, Young Frankenstein, Vertigo, Kingdom of the Spiders, William Shatner, Spiders Take Over a Small Arizona Town. That's more of a nostalgia piece. Inherent Vice, Hard Eight, two Paul Thomas Anderson movies.
Inherent Vice, who's in that and what?
Joaquin Phoenix, that is another kind of private eye movie set in 1970, 71, and that's a wild one. Paris, Texas, from Wim Wenders. The 12 Chairs, a underrated Mel Brooks movie. Another Paul Thomas. I'm a big time.
12 Chairs. You like that one? Oh.
I love 12 Chairs. It's not a laugh out loud belly laugh. It's actually probably the only time Mel Brooks kind of, made a not a serious movie, but like, it's just kind of.
He went all out on that one.
Yeah. It's just a fun Russian fable. It's got laughs, but it's more. Dom DeLuise, I think, gets the bulk of the laughs in that one.
Right.
What else there? John Carpenter's Dark Star, Tin Men from Barry Levinson. Love that movie. MASH, another Altman film. Another Barry Levinson movie. Avalon Quiz Show.
All right. You got a lot of Barry Levinson going on. Hold on.
I do.
Is Diner in there at all?
Not Diner. It's funny. The one that people love the most is I like it. I just don't. I think those movies are. I think Tin Men and Avalon are both better.
Tin Men's fabulous.
It is.
We just watched a movie the other night that we rewatched, and we haven't been able to find it anywhere. But I didn't know Barry Levinson had anything to do with it, and it is Bandits.
Yes, that's a good movie. Actually, that's underrated. Terribly underrated.
It's the first time we saw it in a long time, and we laughed at it was like we hadn't seen it. It was like, oh yeah, this part. Oh yeah, this part.
It's great.
It was really good. And then, is Paul in your top 100?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I think Barry Levinson did that one.
No, he may have produced it or something, but I don't think he had any.
I think it was Paul Thomas Anderson.
Yeah. Well, here's the rest since we're going.
Okay.
So let's see.
MASH. We just mentioned MASH. That started us down this rabbit hole. Yep.
Jackie Brown
yes.
was fantastic. What's Up, Doc? With Ryan O'Neal and Barbara Streisand.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Oh, what?
Yes. It's the only time Babs cracks my list. So, but that's like a slapstick comedy, like masterclass. So, screwball comedy. What else is there? There's something called The Castle of Cagliostro, which is a Hayao Miyazaki animated movie. Better Tomorrow, Hong Kong action film that one could say John Wick was probably ripped that movie off pretty generously. Next to the line, we have Over the Edge, teen in revolt movie that's great from the 70s. It kind of was forgotten and lost for a while. Network, Patty Chayefsky's Network, which is great. Star Wars, of course, you got to have that in there. Ghost World, which is a great kind of teen, early 20s ennui movie. Dawn of the Dead, the ultimate zombie movie, of course. John Waters' Female Trouble, masterpiece of sleaze and trash. David Cronenberg's The Brood, wonderful piece of body horror. Monty Python's The Life of Brian, blasphemous and beautiful.
Oh,
Coppola's Apocalypse Now. Yes.
Apocalypse Now.
Mm-hmm.
The arguments against it. See, it's a rambling mess.
It is. I mean, no, that's not a bad argument. What's a rambling mess is when he did a redux of it. He actually added in an extra half hour. That's a mess. That I don't know why he should have been allowed to do that, but he can do what he wants.
I am so flustered by him.
Well,
Peggy Sue Got Married.
It's a good movie. I don't love it, but it's fine. You didn't like it.
It's awful.
Oh, it's not his. I mean, it's certainly him. It's him on.
I know. The thing is, you think Picasso, everything was a masterpiece. No.
Coppola after the Cotton Club, and even the Cotton Club is problematic. He's not really made like a masterwork since the 70s. Yeah. The Conversation, the Godfather movies, and Apocalypse Now, arguably.
But the screenplay for Patton.
Yes, yeah, early on.
He got an Oscar for that.
Yeah. The Groove Tube, which is a dirty sketch comedy spoof on television, kind of a precursor to the Kentucky Fried Movie in some ways. Chevy Chase, Richard Belzer, it's fun. And well, let's just keep on going. We're having a fine old time here. We got Mel Brooks's High Anxiety, his Hitchcock spoof, which is masterful. Great horror movie called Phantasm. That's a great drive-in piece. Woody Allen's Manhattan. The People versus Larry Flint, which is just phenomenal. Electra Glide in Blue with the sleazy Robert Blake playing a short highway cop in Arizona. It's fantastic. Lolita. That's the Kubrick version of Lolita with Peter Sellers and James Mason. The Evil Dead, Sam Raimi's first film, splatter gore classic. Chinatown, which just turned 50 this year, I guess, which is a great film.
MASH just turned 52. That's why it wasn't on news.
Yeah,
that's why
absolutely.
it was on news. Okay.
There's True Grit, John Wayne, and It's a Wonderful Life, which is just which isn't the movie everyone thinks it is. It's such a sweet Christmas movie. No, it's dark. I'm telling you, it's one of the darkest movie ever made.
You always say that.
I do, and everyone's like, "No, it's so sweet." I'm like, "Yeah, Jimmy Stewart."
I get bored. I really don't make it through.
Oh, I love that movie. There's The Fortune Cookie with who's in that? That's the Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau film. Obviously a precursor to The Odd Couple. But The Fortune Cookie is great. Billy Wilder, Casablanca, Taxi Driver, Blade Runner, Hope and Glory from John Boorman. Not many people have seen that. It's fantastic. Big Trouble in Little China from John Carpenter. Until the End of the World, another Wim Wenders film that nobody saw. Matinee with John Goodman, which is great, from Joe Dante. And Spielberg's 1941, that just doesn't get nearly enough love, even though it almost bankrupt. Actually, it did bankrupt Columbia Pictures. The Black Hole.
That's a mess.
Oh, it is a wonderful mess. No, it is an absolute disaster because everyone's screaming and they just destroy Los Angeles, and that's what they do. The Black Hole.
Spielberg almost turned in his director's card.
He sure did. He sure did. But it's just when it comes to slapstick, that movie's awesome. And of course, The Black Hole. Disney's another disaster from Disney, but I love it's basically 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea in space. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Love it.
Oh, I love that one.
That's great. Glengarry Glen Ross, which is if you're in sales, that's what it's all about.
Depressing.
Oh, it's wonderful. There's Ikiru from Kurosawa, which is a wonderful film. I have to watch it again. It's been a while. Albert Brooks's Mother with Debbie Reynolds and Albert, just great. If you have a mother, you need to see that movie.
No.
Carnival of Souls, underrated. That is a horror film, kind of spooky Twilight Zone type film. Foul Play.
Foul Play.
I love Foul Play.
I know, me too.
It's the best. Kojak Bang Bang. That's all I got to say. Dr. Strangelove, which we just showed 2 weeks ago in the community room there. Silver Streak. Love
yes.
Silver Streak. Harold and Maude, which is great. 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is just you got to do. Drag Me to Hell, underrated horror film from about 15 years ago. Play Misty for Me, Clint Eastwood's finest hour, I say. Ridley Scott's Alien. The Fifth Element, fun. I believe that's Toy Story 3, which is I think the ultimate.
I just saw that.
Yeah,
part of it.
Mm-hmm.
This is just terrible.
Yeah, everyone loves it. Good job, Jack.
Okay.
Anyway, The Big Lebowski, which is great, of course. Greatness.
Toy Story 3 instead of the original Toy Story.
Yep, 100%. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Movie from Jim Jarmusch called Coffee and Cigarettes, which is a bunch of little mini movies. That's great. Blue Velvet from David Lynch. The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai. Pink Flamingos, which is just naughty. What else we got here? This is really turning into Jeff's finest hour here. We're wrapping it up with Easy Rider, 5 Easy Pieces, The Naked Kiss, Jazz on a Summer's Day, Crumb, Dune, The Matrix, Twin Peaks Fire, Walk With Me, Inside Llewyn Davis, and Blood Simple.
Inside Llewyn Davis is so depressing.
What's wrong with depression? Everyone's got it. Come on.
Dune, you don't have is the new Dune gonna displace the old Dune?
No, not on my list because there's all kinds of nostalgia. Again, like I said, this isn't a critical list. This is my personal favorites.
No Airplane?
No Airplane. No, it'd probably be 102.
Okay.
I calls them as I sees them.
Yep. There's no when the criteria is movies you love. There's no right or wrong.
No.
There's only right.
There's some critically lambasted movies on that list of mine.
5 Easy Pieces.
Yeah, Nicholson, great movie. Just rewatched that about 2 maybe 3 weeks ago.
No, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
No, I like Five Easy Pieces better. That movie it's good. I like it, but it's not like a favorite.
Hmm.
Yeah. So it's good. So there you go, folks. Wow. Now you all know. I hope you all made a nice list off of that, and you can let me know how you feel about it. Oh, I got some comments. We got comments. Let's see what we got here. Woo, Russ is mostly Russ. Let's see here. So where's Close Encounters? That was on the list, Russ. It was up.
I was like, yeah, it was like in the top.
It was in the
20 for
15,
sure.
top 15, I think. We got someone named Lisa Garrity.
Looking for the good, the
Good,
bad,
the bad,
and
the ugly is great. And I mean, yeah, I only had 100 slots, but if I had 101, I'd put the good, the bad.
You say that about everyone we're
I love
asking.
it. What do you want? You asked me to pick my favorite children here, and then some wonderful person named Bottle Imp Books. Hi, Bottle Imp Books. Welcome to the show. Great list. My favorite Wells movie is The Trial. Great work from Anthony Perkins. That is a great movie, actually. I love The Trial. That's a real nice kind of German expressionist type of film. It's great. I should show that in my cinema club. So yeah, Wells is fun. I loved Wells. I just showed Orson Welles's The Magnificent Ambersons, actually. I want to say maybe 3 months ago, and that was great on the big screen. So yeah, good stuff. New people in our list today. Welcome to the show. Thank you for watching. I'm amazed you made it this far.
That's interesting. So
yeah,
no,
I can take it. Yeah.
No. You're making me think. That's all. There's no, like I said, and you know me, I'll rip into you anytime I get.
Anytime you want. Yeah.
But no, there's no ripping into someone when it's there. That's why I just asked you to describe why, because there's no right or wrong. You can't say, "Oh, that's not crazy," But
those 100 movies were, I could be the films that made me.
Does everybody in your movie geek thing have to do their 100?
Well, we don't exactly have meetings at candlelight or anything, but yes, I think they all have some kind of top 50 or top 100 list that
do you debate it or no? They're just described.
Not usually. I mean, there's no point in debating because, for the same reason you said, if it's one that you hold close to your cold little heart, why would you? There's nothing to debate. It's just I love it. Sorry, it worked for me. I mean, I love Plan 9 from Outer Space. They call it the worst movie ever made. I love that movie. It's trash. It's garbage, but it's comfort food. So what are you gonna do? Ed Wood took a bunch of pie plates and painted them silver and said these are flying saucers over Hollywood. So
Rushmore.
Yeah, Rushmore's great. Yeah. I guess it's my favorite Wes Anderson opus. I mean, I like what he does, but I really liked Asteroid City. Not everyone liked that one. That one worked for me.
What is the he had one with the bellhop. What's the
Grand Budapest Hotel.
Yes.
Yeah. Didn't like it? Oh, I love it.
No.
Oh, I love that movie. No, I did.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like with certain movies you have to get a certain point and then you go, oh, no, I get it. I wasn't patient. I was like,
it's very idiosyncratic. I mean, that's just what Anderson likes to, do that.
Yeah.
He did these cool little adaptations of Roald Dahl stories, and they're on Netflix. They're like little 20-minute shorts. I think Benedict Cumberbatch is in most of them. He did they're great fun. They're a great thing. So another wonderful comment from Bottle Info. The time you see things is so important. That's true. Some movies really bring you back to a place in time. That's why Kingdom of the Spiders is on my list. That was one of those drive-in movies about arachnids taking over Arizona, and I was a kid, and it just terrified me. And they used real spiders, man. They used real tarantulas.
And I just read something in expanding on that thought is every person is the person that the things that they saw, everything by age 20 forms your personality, because it's like,
well, that's alarming.
Your music, the music, it's alarming if you live in the past, but yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right.
That was fun. Wasn't expecting that tonight.
Well, you never know.
No, you don't.
That's
so
we've got
some stuff to play. We got to turn the show over to some
AJ fans are screaming,
scratching at the doors. They're amassing at the border.
What's the one, Bulldog? Mm-hmm. True Confessions? Is that it? Was that the one with De Niro?
I was going to say De Niro. Yeah.
That wasn't on your list.
It's okay.
Right?
I don't love it. It's okay. I haven't seen it in years. That's something I haven't probably watched that since I was in my 20s. But
I just read about it as a masterclass in subtext, that movie. For writing, not necessarily.
Absolutely. So, well, should we get things rolling over here?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Let's turn it over to.
All right. Well, don't blow your freaking digits off.
No, keep them.
This, unless you disagree with me, then go ahead and do what you will.
Do as you will. Thumbs up as long as you get to keep your thumbs. So exactly. Hey,
I like that.
Exactly. Don't lose your most important finger, and you know what that is. So hey, there it is. All right. We're back next week. Do we have a guest next week, Jack?
You know who? No, not yet, but we will have a Dr. Ben segment, and we might have a segment with Sam from Blossom IDD.
Cool.
That's going to be coming up.
Okay.
And we got to get Keith Reed back on, and we still have to get my good friend Corey Shabesta, who is the arm wrestling guy who we're going to have in studio for audio, but that'd be perfect now that we can actually see him and talk to him.
Absolutely.
Because someone was smart enough to go back to video. I can't remember who that was. Oh, yes, I do. It wasn't you.
Oh, I see. All right. It's just kick the bulldog around day.
Now that we've talked about the importance of movies and video on our lives.
Visual, yes, absolutely. Boy, the ASPCA is gonna be all over you for kicking your bulldog. All right.
I hope so. But thank you to the Bottle and Books, Lisa Garrity, to Russell Meyer.
Yes, we love the gallery.
Yes,
come on back anytime. We're back. Well, or not anytime. More likely, 5:30 on a Tuesday. It'd be best.
Yep.
So, all right, let's turn over to big people larger than us, and we'll see you again soon.
See ya.
Adios.
Oh wait. We are.
Hang on. No, hang on. What?
Tomorrow, 9:00.
Finger. Yes.
Tomorrow, AJ.
Yes.
We're gonna have a Sports Mafia at 9:00, 10 o'clock tomorrow.
9 a.m. or
10 a.m.
Depends on where you are in the country.
Yes.
All right. We'll talk to you soon.
Goodbye.
Back to our regularly scheduled program. Bye-bye.
Oh, Ross, in the AJ Dome. AJ Bokine's world of sports is getting rocked a little today by a special guest, a friend, or at least someone who admits to be a friend of AJ's. And I'm going to let him do the introduction, but it's from the world of Major League Baseball, which is really cool. So you can ask. Vinny's coming right back. Vinny, you're a Hall of Famer, man.
You good?
How we doing today?
Great.
How we doing, Vinny?
FYI, we are on, then.
All right, let's do it.
All right, AJ, go.
All right. So Brewers TV analyst Vinny Rotino joins the show today. Vinny, thanks for taking time on your busy schedule to join us today.
Woohoo!
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me on. Yeah. Appreciate it.
So, Vinny, you're around this team every day. You see them every day on the road, at home. With all the injuries, for the casual Brewer fan, how is this happening? Like, with all the injuries, how we're sitting at 44 and 31. Is there a secret to the Murphy formula, or what is it?
I do think there's a secret to what Murphy is doing. I think that he is a master motivator. I think he really understands what it means to have winning culture. And so I think you see that play out on the field with how this team is playing day in, day out. Now, they might have a game where they don't play well, they're sloppy. I mean, we even saw that in last night's game, in game one, against the Padres. Oh my goodness, what day of the week is it? Who are they playing? Yeah, against the Padres. These are late night games, guys, so I'm not getting a ton of sleep.
You're good.
And so, what we've seen from this group is that they've been able to bounce back, and I think that's a product of what Murphy preaches in terms of the importance of the winning culture. And so all these guys believe that they can make a run at this. And when you have a group of 26 guys that actually believe it, it plays itself out on the field. It actually results in results. And I think that's why this team is playing just on the whole. Now, Murph will tell you that they're not playing that well, but I mean, you can't argue with the results so far. So it's kind of scary to see what they're able to do, or what they will be able to do when they are playing very well and clicking on all cylinders.
Now, do you see any moves for another starter maybe, or are they just gonna patch it together?
Yeah, good question, AJ. I do. this front office has proven, Matt Arnold and before him Stearns, and Matt Arnold was the AGM before before he became the GM when David Stearns was at the helm.
Right.
His front office has been able, or has proven to just kind of like kick the tires on a lot of different deals out there, right? And I think the idea is like the probably always entertaining conversations as to how to improve the roster. They just don't, a couple of things. They don't want to leverage the future. So it just depends on what kind of prospect capital they have to give up in order to make a deal. If it's over the line, I just don't see them doing deals.
Yeah. Right.
That's kind of, they just proven that's how they're going to operate over the last, 7 years or whatever it's been since they took over in 2006, 15 or 15. So I think that that's how it's going to proceed from here. However, look, they're in first place. They can make a run at it with the roster that they have. And as long as they get the guys healthy that are on the IL right now, like a Devin Williams, and I know that's not a starting name, but let's see what DL Hall can bring to the table at some point. With him healthy, we're going to see Jacob Junis back. So let's see what happens. But to answer your question, I didn't really answer your question, AJ, but I think I think everything is on the table. And I think the front office has proven that things are going to be on the table just as long as they don't cross the line in terms of leveraging the future.
Right. And now here's a name that many Brewer fans probably gets lost in the shuffle. But what kind of role do you see? Do you see a role for Garrett Mitchell with the crowded outfield they have right now? Or no?
Yeah. Yes. Just based on the fact that the ceiling of what Garrett Mitchell could do is a top end, valuable player, valuable outfielder at the major league level. I do see them trying to tap into that, and I think that in order to tap into that, you got to play the guy, right? So I mean, he had 2 home runs a couple of nights ago in AAA. Both were Scud missile rockets, right? That jump off his bat, and it's got that short, compact swing. It doesn't look like he's really. When right, the game looks easy to this kid, right? And so I think you got to try and tap into that somehow, some way. He hit an inside the park home run in last night's game in AAA. So he's got all 5 tools. They're going to try and use them and tap into that for sure.
Speaking of young outfielders, you see this team every day? How's the progression of Jackson going? His average isn't that high, but he's showing off by tools. He's showing the power, he's showing the speed. So, and he's coming along in the outfield. So,
no doubt.
How's the progression of Jackson going with the guys? I should say.
Yeah. Yep. Good question, AJ, again. Jackson Churio, talk about a guy with 5 tools, and he's proven to have those tools, and he's shown those tools off at the minor league level. Mm-hmm. He has shown them in flashes at the big league level, right? I mean, we've all seen the opposite field power. We've seen the ability to run. We've seen the ability to go run balls down in the outfield with good jumps and good routes. I mean, he can play very good defense out in the outfield. He can hit, and he can hit for power. So I think as a 20-year-old, and the way that he has struggled early on, especially in April and May, and they did not send him down, right? Sat him down a little bit, right? They sat him down, and we've seen him kind of play sparingly ever since basically that hot start that he had early on in April. He's still getting his playing time. He's still finding himself in the lineup against a favorable matchup. Although some of the left-handed pitching that he's had to face has been absolutely filthy, right? The Tarek Skubals of the world and some of these arms from the left side. So that's why I think you see some of the skewed splits numbers that he does have currently. So struggling against lefty. I think it's more of a product of the arms that he's actually facing. I mean, he's hitting 154 against left-handed pitching this year. Right. I think that's going to even itself out. I think I do. the fact that they haven't sent him down and he hasn't lost confidence in himself, and he's actually turned it around quite a bit in the month of June, hitting 279 now in this month of June. Yeah, inside the park home run the other night, although it was called a double, which we need to write an angry letter to you and I, AJ. I think we can get it done, get that one changed if we write
I got you on that.
an angry email over to Rob Manfred.
I watched the whole game. I got you.
So yeah, I do see some promising steps that kid is taking, and once he hits his ceiling, that's a very productive major league player when all said and done.
Yeah. Talk about, if you will. We just got some devastating news last night with the injury to Robert Gasser. Talk about, if you will, a little bit of the process of coming back and when that all starts. I know it's a 12-month rehab, but talk about, if you will, his role with obviously with the injury, he's gonna not be able to pitch, but with a kid like that and an arm like that, you obviously want to make sure it's healthy, right?
Yeah. Take your time with him. Ultimately, he's deciding for the surgery, and the team left it up to him. You kind of wish that, he would have gotten it done a month ago, right? When, the first opinion, but it's just how it goes. Because then he can be back for next year's team a month earlier. But now you're going to have to wait. It's 12-month rehab. So you're going to have to wait. And yeah, take your time with him, because we saw what he could do at the big league level. I mean,
yes,
it's the command, it's the pitchability, it's the ability to keep hitters off balance, both left and right. He's got the deceptive slot, that lower release point, that kind of has that, allows for that rise quality right to the fastball, and then that sets everything else up. He was showing the ability to land a really good changeup, and that was something that he hasn't been able to do at the minor league level. So he's almost inventing himself at the big league level, which is a really cool thing to see from a young player. There's you go up to the big leagues, and there are all kinds of doubts that you have. Can I make it at this level? Is my stuff going to play? And as on the hitter side, like, okay, I raked in AAA, but pitching is so much better here in the big leagues. Am I going to be able to hit velocity? Am I going to be able to hit sliders? So for him to come up and do what he did and then get hurt, and Murphy said that, very eloquently, like he's proved that he can pitch at this level, and that's going to keep those doubts, those doubts are going to keep those doubts at bay a little bit as he's progressing along in that rehab process.
How long does it take for the game to, quote unquote, slow down for some of these guys, like a Tyler Black, like a Jackson Cheerio? How many, whether it's a number of at bats or a number of, is there a line you look for as an analyst? Is there a line you look for, or a number of at bats or number of appearances for the game to slow down?
That's an insightful question, AJ. That's a very, very good question. I don't think there's not a definitive answer. It's different for every player. I remember watching. I was on the same AAA team as Giovanni Gallardo, right? And so Giovanni Gallardo was 21 or 20. It's something absurd in AAA, and he just goes out. We were in Memphis, played on the Nashville team together. We were in Memphis, and he goes out and just deals like 7 innings, shutout, couple of hits, whatever, just absolutely deals, mows through the lineup. He gets the word as we're on right before we got on the bus to go from Memphis back to Nashville. It's like a 3-hour drive. You're going to the big leagues. Your next start is going to be in the big leagues. Okay. So most players would be like calling everyone they know, smiling from ear to ear, so excited. This talk about being able to slow the game down. Like, he's on the bus back to Nashville sleeping within 5 minutes of when the bus left. And he's going to the big, like, and then he goes out in his big league debut and deals, and like so he had zero learning curve in terms of needing for the game to slow down. Other players need, other players actually need to get sent down. Experience the big leagues. It's a little overwhelming. They start a couple of starts, and then it's, like I said, it's a little overwhelming. Then you get sent down, and then you come back, and then your feet are underneath you on that second call up. So you do see that. You see other players that need a bunch of at bats. They need a half a season's worth of at bats, or even a full season. So a lot of especially hitters, that second season at the big league levels when they kind of really take off. And so maybe there's something quantitative that you can put your finger on in terms of how many at bats. I'm sure there's an algorithm or an equation out there that probably says there is a sweet spot for that for certain players.
Yeah.
But everyone's different.
Well, you guys making me thinking of with Willie Mays passing, about how he started, what a rough start he had. And he had, I mean, look at the player he was and how his confidence was shattered at the beginning. But he had someone who believed in him, and he said, "You're going to be my guy." And that over time did it for him. It was a big deal.
Oh, for what, 24 or something, or over 12? It was 0 for a big number, and then he hit a home run, right? And that's what allowed him to say, "Okay, I can play at this level." So it's different for everybody, and even for the guy that arguably is the best player who has ever lived to play the game, and Willie Mays, he needed some time to acclimate himself and to start to trust himself that he could play.
Yeah. Talk about the vet. We got a bunch of young guys. Talk about the veteran leadership of guys like Contreras, guys like Yelich. Talk about that a little bit. You see him every day. You see him put the work in every day. So talk about the like Contreras and Adames taking Cheeto under their wing, and just talk about the veteran leadership of those three specifically. Yeah.
Man, you mentioned three guys, but it's probably more than that. I'm just looking at the roster now. Contreras, yes, leader. Willie Adames, 100% a leader. I even look at a Bryce Terang as a leader, just the way that he carries himself on the field, even though it is only his second full season. Christian Yelich clearly, but then they added Rhys Hoskins, who arguably is like, he was the leader of those Phillies teams that made those World Series runs. He was the leader. It wasn't JT Realmuto. It wasn't Bryce Harper. It wasn't Kyle Schwarber. It wasn't Trey Turner. You talk to the executives and scouts around the league that I know. I have a bunch of contacts around the league, and they all said it was Rhys. So the fact that the Brewers signed Rhys, so you got all those different leads. I even would say Gary Sanchez, the way he catches and the way he calls a game for some of the young starters, right? I mean, he just got who did he have under his belt or under his wing, taking him through a start the other day? Tobias Myers, right? I mean, so the leadership qualities that he possesses is impressive. So you have all of these guys who are seeing themselves as leaders. I don't even talk about some of the pitchers, right? So like Freddie, obviously. And so you have all these guys who have those leadership qualities, and all of a sudden your young players are going to really just kind of get gobbled up by that culture. You know what I mean? So, and then vice versa. All these young players are playing with such energy and such, almost with their hair on fire at times, right? Yeah, enthusiasm, like Sal Frelick. So it plays off of each other. And so I think that is a really cool dynamic to see. This Brewers organization is big on that. So I think we have seen that in the past. I know we've seen that in the past, right? And I'll give credit where credit's due. Craig Counsell did a great job of fostering that kind of culture. He really did. But now you're seeing it more. You're seeing more leadership from more players. And then from the young guys, you're seeing that energy. And so the older guys are feeding off that. And then Murph on top of everything like that, leading that entire group. So it's a really, we say all the time, it's a fun team to follow. It's a fun team to report on and to analyze and to break down. But it really is. I mean, just because I love to see that. I love to see that in other sports as well, right? So you're a basketball coach, right, AJ? And that is so key in basketball, right? So it's cool to see it on this Brewers team too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now here's a question I've been wanting to ask you since game one, really, since Rhys set the tone for the whole season in game one. Do you think that Rhys's torn ACL was a blessing for the Brewers?
Oh, you'd hate to ever really be on the record and say that something like that, because it was devastating
Yeah, it
to
was
him
devastating
and to
for
his
him,
family.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but I mean,
I don't want to
Yeah.
put you in that kind of spot, but yeah.
I get your question. I don't think the Brewers would have been able to sign him unless he did have the torn ACL.
Yeah.
So just because, player
I don't
like
want-
that, he would have been priced out.
Yeah, I don't
Brewers
want to
would have
put you on the record in a bad spot.
No problem. No, I get your question though, AJ. So yeah, I think if he did not get hurt, he would have had one of his typical 30 homer seasons, 90, 80,
right.
90, 100 RBI seasons, and then he would have signed at age 31 or 2, the deal.
Right.
The Brewers would have been priced out of the market most likely. So
Vinny, I have a question for you on it. Who do you think of the players do you wish the public knew more about? I mean, not getting enough recognition. I mean, it doesn't have to be one, but is there someone you said, God, I wish people were talking about this person or would watch this guy or know about this guy? Anybody like that on the roster?
I look up and down this roster. There seems to be guys like that up and down the roster. If you're talking among Brewer fans, the Wisconsin, sports, Major League Sports following, the player that seems to kind of get overlooked. You look up and down the roster, there seems to be guys that, our faithful though kind of knows about these guys. Now, if you're talking more nationally,
Sure.
national, recognition, there's a couple of names, right, that come to mind. And it's it's Joey Ortiz. In fact, I don't know if we just started really talking about how good he is.
Yeah.
In fact, on the broadcast and on the pre and post game shows, probably within the last few weeks, but he is and good for the fans of the game to vote this guy third. He was third in the voting for third baseman for the All-Star game. Like I'm like more proud of that from the fans. Like I'm applauding everybody around the game. Like, okay, you guys gotta know the game. This kid is as good as any third baseman in the National League for certain. So him, that would be a name. Another name I'm thinking of, to get a little more national recognition, Brian Hudson, he's obviously, he probably is on the outside looking in terms of an all-star appearance, but he shouldn't be, right? So he's one of the better relievers in all of baseball. 40 innings pitched, the minuscule ERA, guys cannot touch him. And BA said it perfectly on the broadcast last couple times that he has taken the mound is the fact that he reminds him a little bit of Andrew Miller, right? And what he was able to do in those playoff runs. Yeah.
That's
big, tall lefty. Yeah. So.
Last question for you, Ben. We'll let you go to your next interview. We're sitting here at 40. We're sitting here right before the All-Star break. I forgot what I was going to ask now. But we're sitting here right before the All-Star break. What's the next benchmark for these guys? Obviously, we're going to get to All-Star break, finish well into the All-Star break. But what's the next? The season is broken up into. How do they break it up in terms of like benchmarks for those guys?
Yeah. No, a really good question, AJ. And what's really cool to see of how Pat Murphy and the rest of the staff is approaching the season as a whole. I mean, you see the starting staff, right? I mean, it's a lot of names that no one expected to start, right? And so it's cool to see it as to how Pat Murphy is approaching every game, every night. And he's approaching it with the mindset of win today and worry about tomorrow, right? Yeah. So I love that, right? It's maybe not how you would draw it up maybe in years past, like the old school model. Okay, we're going to have this guy just wear it for 7 innings or 8 innings and then just the rest of the bullpen. Like, no, they are going for it every single night. There's certain nights where guys are down in terms of the bullpen arms, but I love how this team is going for every single win, every single night. And that sends the message to the team and to the group in the clubhouse that, man, like this is a group that can win, and we can win based on the personnel that we have available that day, because we're all really good big leaguers. And so I love that message. And it's starting to, well, it already has. They believe it. Every single one of those guys in the clubhouse, even the guys that are in AAA that are knocking on the door, the Tyler Blacks of the world that just got called back up. He's down in AAA, understanding, okay, what am I working on tonight here in Nashville that I'm going to help the team tomorrow if I get called up, right? So I think it's throughout. It's resonating throughout the organization of how Murph and company is approaching, and it's not just Murph. And he gives credit to all of his coaches, all the players, all the time. It's really cool. Murph is the leader. He's doing an unbelievable job. Everyone, but great leadership trickles down from the top. And again, AJ, you know all about that with the basketball stuff, right? So I think that's. I just love that approach that Murph has, win tonight and worry about tomorrow.
Well, yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks, Vinny. It's been a great interview, and we appreciate it. And by the way, Vin, I'll be at the game next Sunday.
All right. Okay. Sunday. That's Cubs.
Cubs, right. Yeah.
All right.
With my housemates. So
nice. All right. Reach out or come down to the set. All right.
All right. We'll do.
Sounds good. All right,
Thanks,
Jed.
Vinny.
All right.
Take care.
Yep. See you guys.
Vin.
Have a good night.
Right.
Thanks, Vin.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, anytime. No problem.
We are live in the Ben Quist Dome. You are looking live at Dr. Ben, a man of many interests, a man of many countries, a man who just came back from another country, which looked like a fabulous trip. Welcome back. Cheerio, Ben.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, it was a wonderful trip, but always nice to be back here in the States.
Yeah. You said the people were very friendly over there.
Yes. Yeah. I was in England and primarily London, but then some towns outside of there as well. But yeah, the people were incredibly friendly, and obviously they speak English, which is nice.
Yeah.
We just had a wonderful time.
Great. That's great. I've been there, but it's been many, many years, so I'm going to get back. But very cool. All right. You and I touched on this just before we got on, but today we're going to talk a little bit about how do you say sauna? You say sauna?
That's what I say.
I've heard some people say sauna. I'm like, well, what am I missing? Yes, what am I missing here? Sounds maybe a little bit.
That's the Swedish pronunciation. I don't know.
Okay. Well, tell us about why are you a big fan of sauna? How long you've been doing it? Let's get into it.
Well, I originally got introduced to sauning because I was going through all the literature on heart disease prevention, and there is a substantial amount of research supporting the use of saunas for individuals who have coronary artery disease, which is the most common form of heart disease, and the one that is our biggest killer here in the United States. So when you look at some of the studies that have been done, both double-blind, peer-reviewed, placebo-controlled type studies, in addition to observational studies, there is just an enormous amount of information that kind of leads you to the thought process that you might want to be doing sauning if you have heart disease. So
yeah. The thing I sent, the guy listed a doctor, I didn't catch his name. He said it could be the secret to a longer, happier life if you do saunas, and he used 4 to 7 times a week at 19 minutes per session at 170 degrees. If you do that, this is what according to the research he had, you'll achieve a 40% reduction in mortality of all causes, less risk for diabetes, heart disease, as you just mentioned, and cancer. And it enhances cardiovascular health, improves circulation, and boosts the immune system. That's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. It's interesting. I've had this discussion with other people, but there's that concept of hormesis, which is, anything, the different things that are kind of slightly harmful for you, but taken in the right dose, provide extra life or extra length of life. And there are a couple of different things that have kind of been shown to do that. One of which is exercise. A little bit of exercise is great, but if you exercise too much, it could kill you, right? Also restricting calories. If you restrict them too low, the eventual thing is death, but if you restrict them from time to time, it seems to increase lifespan. But what's interesting about some of the other things that they found, like cold and heat as things to extend lifespan or live a healthier life, they many times just mimic the other ones. Like, so when you look at a sauna, it produces an increase in your core temperature. It causes you to start to sweat profusely, right? It causes the blood vessels to dilate, more blood flow to go through your whole body. What's something else that does that? Exercise, right?
That's right. That's right.
It almost mimics exercise, and I personally believe there is a extra benefit to sauning beyond, just the same benefits you get exercising, and you don't get all the benefits of exercise from sauning. But so I think they're wonderful to do,
Complementary.
Yeah, complementary. So like at the health club, we just put in those new heat, saunas in the men's and women's locker room so that people could take a sauna before or after workout and use it as that kind of complementary therapy. But yeah, it's interesting that many times some of the things that actually do have some substantial research that support them, they just mimic the other things that are kind of like the tried and true methods of increasing lifespan, increasing health. But sauna, I think, is one of the most powerful ones because of that. There's something about sweating profusely. I know a lot of people don't like to do that, but really you should probably sweat pretty significantly every single day. And if your body isn't doing that, you are definitely leaving some vitality and some health on the table.
And for years, people have said, "Oh, look at that guy, he's sweating. He must be out of shape." And then I read some things. This is a while ago, and it stuck with me because I sweat so much, and I like to hear it. But if your body is in good shape, then the sweating will kick in quicker because it's a cooling mechanism, and it doesn't take as long to get to it. So that's why you're not necessarily out of shape if you start sweating right away. Your body's just responding to what you're putting it through.
Yeah, that's completely correct. Yeah, it is a misnomer that someone that sweats quickly or sweats profusely is somebody that's out of shape. Of course, there are things that can cause you to sweat, like a heart attack or whatnot, that aren't good. But usually exercisers will sweat much quicker as you get more fit. That response will get more. It'll get better, so that you improve that and you sweat quicker and sweat in greater amounts than you would. But the human body is designed to do that. It's designed to move. It's designed to sweat. It should be heated up. It's one of the main things. It's funny, we've talked about this before. AMPK activators, things that cause the fat burning switch to turn on. Exercise is one of those, and the reason that is because of the dilation of the blood vessels, and as the blood starts to flow through there, it activates that kind of response of, hey, we need to mobilize some fat. So some of the same types of things possibly could be happening when you're taking a sauna, when your blood vessels are dilating, your heart rate goes up, right? So it's almost like you're getting this exercise response where you don't even have to move, which is really interesting. I'm a big fan of separating sauna from exercise and having it be its own standalone. There are some places that, people will work out in saunas, which I think that's a little bit of an overkill.
Like hot yoga. I've done hot yoga.
Yeah. Well, I think there's some benefit to that kind of stuff, but certainly a lot of the benefit of sauna can come from just doing it as a standalone as well. Okay. But yeah, and then you always have to think about there are several different forms of saunas as well, right? So then everybody always asks the question of, okay, is the traditional kind of Scandinavian sauna the best way to do it, which is where it's just a heater in typically a wooden room, and they bring the heat way up and they pour the little ladle of water on there to create some humidity in the room. And it's a wonderful, wonderful experience. And the temperatures get up to 170, 180. I think we have ours at the club at sometimes I've seen it like 190, So
I've seen it then.
It's extremely hot. But then there were also these infrared saunas. Have you heard of those, Jack?
No.
So infrared saunas heat differently. They actually shoot like infrared waves through your body, and it kind of like heats you from the inside out.
Really? Like a microwave.
Yeah, kind of like you do microwave. Yeah. And some people have worried about that. Is that not healthy to be in an infrared sauna? Or, I have seen some really good research. Actually, a lot of the heart disease research was done on infrared saunas. You don't have to heat the body as high because the intensity of the waves going through your body is different than being in that kind of like room heat of a traditional sauna. So I'm kind of a fan of either. I love them both. I have an infrared sauna at home.
You do? I was going to ask you if you've done it.
I do it every single day almost.
Do you?
Yeah, it's kind of a daily practice. Because I believe, as somebody, you know, I've done a lot of videos on what are the things that I kind of hang my hat on to not die of a heart attack, because I have that so prevalent in my family history.
Mhm.
That's one of them that I 100% think is something that if you do not want to die of a heart attack and you have heart disease, getting in some kind of regular practice of sauning, like you were saying, 4 to 5 times a week.
Mhm.
And it also seems to be dose dependent, which is really interesting. So when they look at these observational studies of like, okay, these Swedish people, they're sauning, the people that sauna 1 time a week have a 10% reduction in mortality. The people that sauna twice a week have a 20% reduction. It's like dose dependent, which also kind of leads me to believe that there's something to it, you know. In addition, that there are other studies where they've taken 2 different groups of people. One group of people who have heart disease, they're putting them on the sauna, and then the other group they're not. And then they look at how many heart attacks happen, and way less heart attacks happen in the group that is sauning. So it's very compelling, you know, from that standpoint. But additionally, if you're just looking to lose weight, if you're just looking for, you know, creating a better health in your body, and you don't have any heart disease or diabetes or things of that nature, it's a great way to prevent those things and just be healthier overall.
What do you think, Ben, about you would say the traditional Swedish thing or Scandinavian? They go in a sauna and then they jump in a snowbank, which is now the cold plunge is the thing, right?
Yeah.
Is there now, from heat to the cold plunge? We've not talked about cold plunging. Are you a believer in cold plunging as well? What's your thought on that?
I have never looked at that in the research. I don't believe there's as much research on cold, nearly as much research as there is on sauning and heat, and I have not seen anything personally, mainly because I haven't really looked, about like, is there an added benefit of going from heat directly into cold like that? I know my dad used to do that. He used to go sauning and then jump in a snowbank and do all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, I know that's a tradition. I don't have any information on that, but I have looked a little bit about, you know, cold treatment in and of itself. And you know, some people believe that knocks down inflammation, things of that nature. But I have not seen as much research that supports that versus the sauna thing. I'm pretty willing to, you know, I invested in a big old expensive sauna in my house. Like, I'm hanging my research on cognition and saunas. So like dementia, things of that nature. It's pretty shocking what a little bit of heat to the noggin does, you know, as far as keeping your brain in shape. So
yeah. Well, I like it. I think it's a practical thing for me. It's become part of my routine where after you work out, and I especially love it when there's nobody else in there because you're just in there with your thoughts. Then, you know, it's kind of like this quiet time. Also, I don't know if this is true. You'll probably say you're not, but since it opens your pores, it's a great. I go right from the sauna to shave afterwards because the pores are open. It's like a great time. Even before I shower, I just go right from there, shave, and then I go take a shower. So I really like that. I feel clean, and then you hit the shower, and I do a douse of cold before I do the rest, and then that really, I feel really awake after that.
I mean, it definitely just gets the body going, similar to how you feel after when you're finished exercising. And I, you know, that's one of the reasons I always promote exercise so much, and it's like my entire life's work, right? Is getting people exercising a little bit more.
Yeah, why don't you put your money where your mouth is, Ben? Come on.
Yeah, you know, but it is the same thing with, you know, the exercise is when you're done with it, you just feel so much better than you did previous to it. You know, so if you're having a bad day or you're just not feeling so good or you're kind of achy, you know, sauning and or exercise, those things typically when you're done with even 10 minutes of a sauna, you know, or 30 minutes of exercise, you come out of it just feeling so great, awake, you're thinking better, you know, and there's a lot to that. I mean, obviously you're getting a lot more blood flow through your entire body, you know, so the body, again, it's meant to move every day. It's meant to have the blood flow increase every day. It's not meant to stay stagnant in a seated position on the couch with a bunch of processed food shoving into your mouth, watching TV for 8 hours.
I knew you were going to get the processed food in there sometime. You did it. Good job.
Processed food. How do we fix that problem, Jack?
Yeah,
we all just stop eating it.
We're working on it.
We fixed in like 4 weeks. Like if the entire country of America stopped eating processed food for 4 weeks, you know, the manufacturers of those disgusting chemical-laden poisonous products would stop putting those things out. And, you know, and
then you're making me hungry.
Yeah, well, you're gonna go to the hot dog, aren't you? You know, but then you'd be able to go out, and maybe there'd be restaurants where these types of things would be served that are healthy for us. You know,
Right.
God
Right.
forbid you get a leafy green in a restaurant.
Sorry. That's all right. No, I love it. I love it. It's so
there's
you.
a place where I play pickleball, and they have a menu at this like little lunch place they have right there. And there's not a single thing on there to eat that's healthy. And I'm trying to holding my tongue to not like say something like, you know, people are coming here to play pickleball and get active and stuff. Could you put like a single meal on the menu for someone who doesn't want to pollute their body with the poisonous food you have on here? And like, just give us something, like one thing.
It's pretty shocking that they don't have something. Like
Every single one of them just disgusting bar food. So
well, the exercise in the sauna, it's funny you say that about every day, because this past Thursday, I had one of those days. I knew it was going to be a big day. I had a long afternoon meeting. There's meetings with certain, it's going to be a longer one, and they kind of drain you. And so I was preferring, and then I had to give a presentation at night. So I knew it was going to be a busy day, a long day. And I was thinking, should I, instead of exercising, should I just study more and get ready? But, you can overstudy too. I was pretty prepared. And then because, I thought, this hour and a half, I could use it doing something else. And I thought, nope, I'm going to go, because when you don't go, not only do you not get the benefits of doing the exercising, I torture myself saying, I should have gone. I wish I would have gone. I'd feel better if I was gone. I go. I mean, I can't, there's no way to measure how much energy or time I waste thinking like that if I don't do it rather than doing it. And I went and did it, and I was so glad I did, because I felt I got through it and was ready. And it was just, when you don't do it, it's just like, and then when you don't do it, it's too late. It's like, man, gotta do it.
I always think of that stuff as like brushing your teeth and, flossing every day. Like, you need to brush your teeth every day, you need to floss every day, and you need to move your body every day. Like, those are things that you got to do, all that stuff. So yeah, I couldn't agree more. I almost like, I feel like I can't even start my day without getting a sauna or exercise, because it's just such a fantastic way, especially as we get older. You and I are both in our middle age now. It's like, to get the joints moving, we're in the early parts of middle age. We're the very starting point of middle age at this point right now. But, to get the body moving, the joints moving, it's just amazing. What a little bit of heat, a little bit of blood flow does for the way the body moves, so.
Definitely. And then I know you scan my emails so well. Do you have just another minute? It's about food. I sent I sent you a thing on food, everyday foods, because you've always also said this to me, is that the good food doesn't necessarily have to be more expensive. You just have to be smart about doing it. And they had probiotics and prebiotics, and I'll just list them off. You can comment as they go in order. This was in I can't remember. It was an online magazine, the Guardian, I think it was. Anyway, number one was cheese.
These are supposed to clarify. These are supposed to be healthy, inexpensive food.
Yes. And this isn't one of those traps where we try to make your head explode. This is, the real deal. But they said cheese is a rich source of bacterial culture, and there's an incredible diversity of taste, so that you can, it's good for you then. No. Okay. 0 for 1. All right. Why not?
It's one of the highest sources of sodium and saturated fat in the human diet. That's why pizza is so bad for you, because there's so much cheese on it.
Don't talk about that. You know
should
that
be considered in the same category as cake and dessert.
Okay. All right. 0 for 1. Number 2, miso.
Yep.
I've seen miso. I think I might have miso soup at a Chinese restaurant at one time. Salty, umami rich pasta.
Umami.
Paste. Umami. Yeah. From fermented soya beans, says me.
I've actually make tea with that sometimes. It's delicious. And it's a fermented food. So it has some bacteria in it that's good for you. So it's kind of like you're seeding your gut with good bacteria when you eat those fermented foods, of which miso is one of them. So I would say yes on that. And remember, all these things are opinion, although I'm right, but all these things are opinion as far as the food stuff. Well, I'm sorry. Saturated fat is one of the most inflammatory components you can take in your body. Just look it up.
I was surprised. I was surprised to see it on the list. Whenever I see this list, I expect to see stuff like
this. This is where the really fine points come, because it's like there is this this kind of like push towards, well, eggs are back on the menu and they're really good for you. You can have as many as you want each week, and cheese. And yeah, if you want to die of a heart attack, you can do that. I mean, it's not like it's not going just just listen to the Harvard dietitians and and people who are doing the real research. There's the people who have looked at the real research and the people who haven't, or the people who want to create controversy by saying like, let's eat all this, super high saturated fat food. It can be great for you. It just, okay. Sorry. Keep going. Keep going.
That's right. All
You're
right.
going to get me on tizzy here.
Well, this next one, I don't like them. So it's a non-starter for me. Olives. It said high in monounsaturated fatty acids, and then how do you say polyphenols?
Polyphenols. Yep.
Polyphenols. Yeah.
Mhm.
That
One of the reasons olive oil, some people think olive oil is good for you. When you look at an oil, though, oil is the highest calorie substance that we eat. It is like pure calories, so sorry. I always think like eat the olives, don't put out, or use a little bit of olive oil. So,
okay.
Yep, I would agree with that one. Monounsaturated fat, obviously a better fat for you than saturated.
Yep. Vinegar of all kinds, not just
Look at
apple
that.
cider.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
All right.
totally. Vinegar is incredibly inexpensive. 2 tablespoons a day, man.
Okay.
I already had mine today.
Now, me too. I've had 2 doses prebiotics, and they listed 4 prebiotics. Number one, and these aren't in any order of importance, or ranking. The first one listed was mushrooms. High fiber. It helps with defense and repair of the body stuff. Instead of just picking out some.
Any fibrous plant food is going to be a prebiotic.
Oh yeah, high fiber. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So any of those are great. And the body, the microbiome really thrives off a wide variety of different plant fibers. So you could easily say leafy greens, mushrooms, broccoli, nuts, seeds. You could put anything in that particular category.
Okay, and this one I saw in the article a couple of times. I don't know what it is. Pulses are becoming popular. Are you familiar with? It's some kind of bean. Yeah,
a bean. It's a pulse. Huh. I mean, I will say beans in general. So when you think about like, oh my gosh, eating healthy is so expensive and so inconvenient. The whole category of beans, which before I went on my whole health odyssey of trying not to succumb to heart disease in my 50s, I never ate beans ever. I thought they were disgusting. And I'm like, oh, it's just so nasty. And maybe they'll produce gas because they are the magical fruit. And I just didn't know. I'm like, I'm just going to avoid these things entirely. But since fully embracing beans and lentils and things of that nature, they're very, very inexpensive and they are incredibly healthy for you. In fact, they are the only food which, in that Blue Zone book, every single Blue Zone population had beans in there as a staple in their menu.
Okay. Of course, I got to bring up a twisted version of beans that you'll probably want to barf about, but baked beans. You see them in cans. Are baked beans, are they, because of what's done to them, are they not good for you then? Or
it would just depend on how they're prepared. I've seen healthy versions of baked beans. I've seen ones that are really bad and have tons of refined sugar and other stuff in them. So, again, it's just looking at the can, looking at the ingredients, and trying to avoid anything where they put a lot of bad stuff in it. And so, meaning if you see anything on the label that you don't know what it is, don't eat it.
Okay. Okay. Beans being like green beans, or are these beans like
when I'm talking about
lima beans? Yeah. Is it all beans?
Yeah. So for instance, hummus. So chickpeas, black beans, kidney beans, white beans, giant beans. Like there's so many different kinds of beans out there. Then there's a whole bunch of different varieties of lentils, and that's one of the areas in the plant world where you can get a ton of really good protein plus a ton of fiber, so it's just a really wonderful way to, incorporate a kind of a staple into your diet if you're looking to reduce some of those saturated fat laden meals that we normally have in the American diet. So that would be the complete dependence upon meat in every single meal that we have here in America. So if you want to start to push a little bit of the meat out, maybe you don't need 3 different forms of meat at every single meal. Maybe we can have, you could put beans in as a substitute for that.
Okay. Last 2, I think you might dark chocolate and sourdough bread.
So I love dark chocolate. And if you're going to have a snack or a treat, they always kind of look to that one, that dark chocolate is healthier for you. And It probably is, but I don't know if you saw that Consumer Reports article that came out a while back about there's something about the way cocoa beans are grown in the trees. I don't know how I'm actually not exactly sure how it works, but that particular plant has a tendency to pull up a lot more toxins from the soil than other plants. So if you should read that article, but it had all the different brands of dark chocolate, because I would always eat that as my snack, like my treat or something, and how many different types of toxins were in there, like lead and cadmium and a bunch of all these things that we're not really supposed to be getting, heavy metals that we're not supposed to be having. But dark chocolate was like it was actually kind of scary. There were certain brands that were better, but I kind of just stopped doing that. It's extremely caloric. It's certainly not a health food. I would rather just get whatever dessert you really want to eat and eat that, and don't think you're making yourself healthy by eating dark chocolate.
Okay. Sourdough bread.
Oh, sourdough bread. Yeah. So again, another fermented food. I eat all of my breads in sourdough fashion. The bread company that I get my bread from, I actually got to order from them today. They do such a great job of making sourdoughs out of all kinds of different organic flours. So you can get organic whole wheat flour bread. You can get spelt, which is an ancient grain. So yes, if you're going to eat bread, I definitely think that sourdough is a healthier method to do it because of the fact that there's that kind of fermented aspect to it.
Okay, cool. We've gone long today, but I do want to talk like coming. So fish. We never really talked about fish. If you're a believer in fish, I'm not trying to bring it up at the end here.
No, I would love to have a discussion about that, because that's one that I've got a lot of thoughts on. And remember, with your audience, I'm not a dietitian. I'm just somebody extremely interested in nutrition, and I'm very opinionated about it. And I will say I've helped a lot of people become less. I've helped, I can't speak to the disease processes that I've helped them with, but not really supposed to be doing that stuff. But when you're just recommending things that are very, very healthy for people to do, and then they get better, or their diabetes improves, or they, don't die of a heart attack, it's just incredibly gratifying. And nutrition is one of the biggest ways. But fish is one of those topics where, is it healthy? Is it not? We should probably do an entire episode on that.
Yeah, I think so. Because there's so many different ways to prepare it, and so many different types of fish, and blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Well, have a great weekend. We'll be spreading this good word, the gospel of Ben, out into the gut gospel. I like that. You're the gut gospel.
Yeah, post-biotic. You got biotic on me today.
Yeah, man, you're great. Well, thanks very much. I know the people appreciate seeing this. With the holiday coming up next week, we got to talk about when we want to do it, but certainly get a lot out of these, and I know a lot of people that they comment on it. So thanks very much.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, thanks, Jack, and you have a great weekend as well. We'll see you soon.
You too. All right, cool.
Bye.